past 9 PM already, isn't it? I wonder if Mr. Edsworth has already found Mystic Maya. Things take time. I'd say probably not. Police are professional spells. We'll find her. Don't you worry. If we can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay. You're right. The real person who killed Mr. Corrida was the assassin, Mr. Shelley the killer, right? The card Miss Andrews found at the crime scene seems to be proof of that. But if that's the case, then a new question comes to mind. Who was the one that hired the killer to begin with? Who is his client? You mean, was for the murder? The person didn't want to dirty their own hands in blood. But whoever this client is, they're still a killer. Who could have hired the assassin? Do you think it was Miss Andrews? I wonder. If she was the client, then why go through the effort to step the knife into the corpse herself? But if Miss Andrews wasn't the client, then no, it can't be. God himself. If Master Angard really did hire the assassin, he is not innocent at all. Far from it, he would be guilty of the crime. But it can't be Mr. Angard, right? I mean, when we first talked with him. Mr. Angard, I'd like to ask you one more question. Did you kill Mr. Fun? Oh wait, yeah. Was already. Is he if looks at the time? Actually, that reminds me. Do you remember something, Mr. Nick? Yeah, something Miss Andrews said at the door lobby. Is it something interesting? So what's this interesting thing? Oh, that's right, you didn't hear it, did you, fellas? One had bet everything on Totsumi Ninja this year. If he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure what was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. Goddamn. It looked like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. Oh, wait. Could it just be the fact that he's a butler? Like, could it be that one knew that the butler was the, or is the assassin? Maybe, I don't know. Shankar's secret? Why is it secret? I don't know yet. But for now, let's think about it this way. Mr. Corrida was going to reveal the secret. That means Vanguard had plenty of motive to have Mr. Corrida silenced. Which means we have to meet with Mr. Vanguard. There's no way they're around it now. Okay. Wow, it's really getting late, isn't it, Mr. Nick? Yeah, it's past 9 PM already. But we still have some things to prepare for tomorrow's trial. Still a matter of this secret Mr. Corrida held about Mr. Angard and Miss Andrews' real intentions. God damn it. 2 things I must know tonight. Done visiting hours over at the detention center. I'm sure we'll think of something else. Don't you worry. Hey, wait. Why is it Whipper Supper? All I know is nothing that has anything to do with you is ever good. Like just now, I was handed this strange device for who knows what reason. And I was told to use it to search the whole hotel. That's the bug sweepers. one gumshoe made. I don't know, and frankly I don't care. The request came from Echiburu, so... Guess what? And he said... If you feel angry, direct your anger at that unsophisticated lawyer. So I'm going to feel free to direct all my anger towards you. Gee, thanks a bundle, it's worth. What a pal you are. It's absolutely top secret, so you had better keep it to yourselves. I heard they found a spy camera hidden in one of the presents. Very interesting. I'm sure it was, you know, just to catch poor Juan in the middle of a scandalous meeting. Scandalous? What's that? Means, well, you know, the gossip that's been going around about my dear Juan. Oh, you mean that thing about Miss Andrews? Sure, she must have had some reason for getting close to Mr. Corrida. I'll let you in on another secret, young'un. I know who planted that spy camera. It was that obnoxious puffy-haired photographer girl, the nerve of some people. Spying on people by herself, as if I wouldn't want to see it for myself too. Oh, the alien actually admitted true intentions for a change. I don't know what you're thinking exactly, but I can bet that it's something good. But I didn't say anything. So I want to know about Juan and the manager, right? Actually, as I hear it, they were something of a refreshing pair, those two. Oh, I tell you, Juan really welcomed that manager with open arms, I heard. Nice. So what's up, Chansey? Apart from that. So how is the setup then? That manager, what are you talking about? I don't know. It meant a woman who had. It's a shame she killed herself though. Oh, you were talking about Miss Celestine Fax. Miss Andrews' mentor, right? Yes, that's the one. That Celeste girl. You're supposed to get married, you know. Married? You mean to Mr. Corrida? Really? You young kids today don't know anything, do you? Includes role. I see. Do you have a clip of it or something? She also killed herself 3 days after their marriage announcement. 3 days after their marriage announcement. What in the... Why would Miss Infax want to kill herself? She was going to get married. Well, that's because she was thrown away, you see, by Juan. What? Okay, that's fair, But they were going to get married, right? They promised each other, right? They held a grand announcement session, but 3 days later, Juan suddenly cancelled their marriage. Is that true? It was in the weekly magazines. But why? Why did he do that? There was not in the magazines, unfortunately. I see. The night after Juan called off the wedding, and manager Celeste killed herself. How terrible. I wonder what happened between those two. That night, there must have been at least a few hundred people here. I guess the police are done with their questioning and investigating. Looks like things here in the lobby have finally calmed down. Okay. Doesn't look like Mr. Scruffy Detective is here. Well, he's out there with that camera asking around at all electronic stores. And I'll make some salad for him for dinner. I hope Girl really appreciates what Gumshoe is doing for us. I mean, yeah. Mr. Nick? Yes? Where's the lettuce? I don't think I've ever bought lettuce before. Oh, I guess I have to give up on making a salad then. guess the lack of letters is kind of a problem. The hours ended a few hours ago. Looks like we're not going to get a chance to talk with Mr. Guard tonight. But I thought we had to ask very important. Yeah, but I don't think that matters to the guard. Yeah, I suppose so. Feels sort of tense in here, doesn't it, Mr. Nick? It does. I wonder if something happened. It's in regards to Liar, right? Yes, sir. Well, we finally found just the person we've been looking for. A real decisive witness. Decisive witness? You mean for the on-guard case? We're taking the witness statement right now. We'll hand it to Mr. Edsworth. Mr. Edsworth up to now. Who is this witness? I think you know this person quite well, Mr. Lawyer. Mr. Nick? Between the kidnapper's demand and now this, I can't see any way to win here. Oh yeah. Mr. Edsworth wanted me to tell you something. He did. Even though visiting hours are long over at the detention center, he wanted me to grant you special permission, so there you go. Nice. What? I've already called them so they know. Go on, go talk to your heart's content. Thank you very much. This is such good news, Mr. Nick. Go talk to your heart's content. Sounds like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the back. Yeah. Seems the way. I must be one of the detectives. It's normally something. Oh wait, it seems as though my true face has been revealed. I was an elite businessman who made deals with the entire world. I was the young successor and CEO of a colossal corporate conglomeration. But my real self is that of a regular everyday policeman. Stop doing image training and get yourself out there in the field. What? The real killer in the corridor murder is an assassin? It must be someone's idea of the joke. I can't believe this garbage. Have a little more faith in your own subordinates. So they must have transferred Miss Andrews here by now. That means that both Mr. Guard and Mr. Andrews are in this detention center. Now then, whose story do I want to hear? Does it matter? I mean, I guess Andrews is more important right now. I don't know. Oh, it's you. I'm sorry to be visiting at such a late hour. There are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight. Me? I thought your client was Matt. Service Andrews knows something. She can't be clueless about the secret Mr. Corrida had on Mr. On Guard. Oops, you me to do that. I'd like to ask you about Matt on Guard, if you don't mind. It's alright, you still don't know, do you? The real him, I mean. You seem to bear a lot of resentment towards Mr. On Guard. If that's the case, then why did you become his manager? And why would you become intimate with his rival? That has nothing to do with this case. Nothing. But Miss Celestine Banks, I finally put her death behind me. And now, thanks to you, it's all come back to the surface. I'm sorry. Yes, I was shocked by her suicide. And it's true that when I heard the rumor that Juan was the one who had hidden her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. I wanted to get her suicide note back and to burn it. I wanted to burn it? But why? I didn't want it to spread like just another piece of gossip. But I never held any murderous intent toward Juan. I would never do something so stupid. Suicide note, huh? I wonder what it said. Why did you try to frame Mr. On Guard? Simple. Because he's the killer, that's why. Isn't it the duty of every good citizen to inform the police? But there had to be another way. Police are excellent at doing their job, so they'd figure it out, right? Yes, they're so good that they couldn't figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death. Senders. Well, I know you're not the type of person to do something without a reason. So please, tell me why you did what you did. Revenge. Huh? You did something just now? I see. Cyclock, huh? Understand yet? You're not my lawyer. To be honest, you're more like my enemy. But... I just heard Miss Andrews say... Revenge. I doubt I can do that without new evidence. Oh, Mr. Wright, please, you have to help me. Uh-oh. Mr. Powers. What happened? Why are you here? You see, I got broken into somehow. What? Now I'm going to testify at tomorrow's trial. The decisive witness is Mr. Powers. I was talking with the detective until a little while ago and I was on my way home. When all of a sudden, you there, you're under arrest and I was brought back here. Oh. This is my face and the whole self-in channel looks suspicious or something. Well, I guess I can see how they thought you looked suspicious. Just a normal guy on exercise show for kids. Is that a crime? So about this testimony you're giving, what are you going to talk about? I really don't know yet. It sounds like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me. So something important? What was it? Well, the detective told me not to talk about it. You can't tell anyone, and especially not the lawyer, he said. Do you think it's that lawyer the detective was talking about? Don't take a wild guess and say it's me. Yeah, you got it. Using Maya and myself are your only two allies in this whole world, but it's alright. Ouch, I don't really have a lot of friends, do I? Oh man. It's going to do a lot of damage to Matt, you know. She's got that refreshing like spring breeze image going. What is he really like? Well, let's see. Matt's always been kind of a player with women. He would never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. He'd always say, it's just a game, to justify himself. What? Horrible, that's unforgivable. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to offend you. But you know, he said once that there's only one person in the world who won't swoon over me. One person who wouldn't swoon over him. It's Major, you know. Miss Adrian Andrews. Why is Mr. Powers suddenly looking kind of energetic? You see, I'm actually a sucker for gossip. I mean, celebrities and their world have this dazzling self-image, right? Dazzling self-image? Aren't you a part of the dazzle, Mr. Powers? No, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly, prettiest kind of guy, you see. It's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about a lot of the other stars around me as things happen. Well, that's true. Oh hey, did you hear about it yet? About Miss Andrews' mentor and her suicide? I mean Miss Impacts? You heard something about how her wedding was cancelled? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I thought about it a little the other day, about that mysterious death. Mr. Wright, why don't you ask me about that? Go ahead. Mr. Powers is so tired up, his skin is practically glowing with electricity. Hey, so have you heard this? Just left a suicide note. They say that one went and hid it. We heard about that in court today. There wasn't any actual proof that she had left a note. Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on that note. Something bad for who, that is. Something bad for Mr. Corrida. Why do you figure so? Well, before she died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends. She said, it looks like I got caught up with a truly insidious man. Truly insidious man? It's him and Mr. Corrida by that. Well, there's no one else that fits the bill, right? That wouldn't be reason enough for him to hide the suicide note. That's some good info. Thank you. You're welcome. I'm Guard and Miss Andrews. They're both at the detention center right now. There are still things I don't understand or know about, I'm sure. I have to get to you to tell me everything. Now then, whose story do I want to hear? Let's go with Matt now, I guess. Dude, it's Mr. Wright. Hope you can get some of the... hope you can get me off the hook tomorrow. I'm counting on you. I hope so too. It's just dropped a bombshell on me by saying that one corrida was killed by an assassin and that the assassin's client is this man, Matan Guard. What's wrong? Saren Guard. There's something I must know with 100% certainty. And you seem kinda different. You're totally not like your usual Laird itself. I'm about the press conference. You mean the one where one was gonna dress up as the Nickel Samurai? Yeah. I heard a little more about it from Miss Andrews. It looked like somehow one had in his hands a secret so powerful that would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. But why am I reading the old ones? Could you please fill me in on what this secret is, please? Five. I knew this was coming. Cynic, don't tell me. Cyclops. It's a secret, right? But I don't have any idea what it is. Do you, dude? Oh man. Do you know about Mr. Corrida and Miss Andrews' relationship? Well, it's all over the tabloids, dude. But I don't know any of the details, if that's what you mean. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what Huan did with his life. Miss Andrews, she had a purpose in mind when she started seeing Mr. Corrida. Her mentor was Mr. Corrida's major. And Miss Andrews was going to get Miss Celestine back suicide note from him. Last, does that jog any memories? Dude, I suddenly just got totally hungry. You up for a pizza? My treat. What? Mr. Nick, what's a pizza? Is the kind of pea like green peas? Let's go with one later, okay? Oh, I got cut off by the pizza dude at the shop. Too bad. Well, how about we get our minds off this topic and talk about something else, okay? Some guard. Are you connected to Miss Impact's suicide in some way? Can I do this yet? Okay, I can't do it yet. I just wanted to check so I wouldn't waste time on it. This is great. Sending your phone. I like the sound of this ringtone right now. Sounds kind of ominous. It's just your imagination. Really pick it up, isn't it? It could be important. Hello? With a big problem, pal. What's wrong? I'm on my way to your office right now. Okay. Hey, wait a sec. Why is he coming here? It's terrible. I don't know what to say, pal. It's the end. Oh, I got here faster than I thought. Hey. Hold on, relax now, pal. I'm confused as anything here. Well, what happened? We got them. We know who bought the spy camera. Oh, God. Yeah. This quickly. This bear's what gave them away, pal. The bear. I figured it out, pal. I figured out that we should have been looking at the bear instead of the camera. But wasn't it Mr. Edgeworth that figured spells? And go on. There's only one person who bought one of these bears was related to this crime. Who is it? And who would be so rude as to spy on another person in their room? But on guard. Okay. Huh? But on guard. Blind, that's who, pal. Here I thought things couldn't get any worse. Are you sure you heard right? That the person who bought this beer was heard from the department store clerk, pal. Here's the credit card receipt for the purchase. It's for 3,800, pal. That's an exact match for the price of that soft bear. Receipt? That's all you have? Nah, it's not just the receipt, pal. The store clerk said so himself. Tell me, I'm sure I sold the bear to Mr. Guard. I mean, the clerk even got Mr. Guard's autograph out of it, pal. I'm sure the person that bought the stuffed bear was Mr. Guard himself. My sight is failing me. It can't be. So what about the spy camera we found? That was a dead end, pal. I mean, you can get this kind of thing from anywhere. But for now, I guess I can give this back to you for you to file away into evidence. I know you don't want to give up, pal. I never thought, didn't think it was possible. The person who put the spy camera in Horker's room was met on guard. Why would Mr. Guard do something like this? I bet it was to catch Mr. Andrews and Mr. Corrida in one of their rendezvous. I bet it's not good enough for me. I have to know the absolute truth behind this camera. Are you going to see him? Mr. Guard, I mean. Yes. I'm scared, Mr. Nick. I wonder what we will find out next. I'm scared myself, but I have to put a good face for pros. Guard, what in the world have you done? So, do I go back to do this now? Can I actually? We're working really late, you know. It's past 10 PM, dude. I think it's time you told me the truth. Relax, don't you know that ignorance is bliss? If you really want to know, let's talk. Let me just do this real quick here. I mean, who knows if I actually need 5 pieces of evidence though, like with old bikes previous when it was just 1 for all 4. Now let's hear what this secret of yours is. If Mr. Corrida had been successful in his plan, what would he have disclosed? I told you before, dude, I don't know anything about fun, okay? Mr. Wright, I keep on saying that I'm blowing the face, but I totally didn't pay one any attention the whole time that night. And come on, I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me. I know you paid close attention to Mr. Corrida, especially on that night. This bear was in Mr. Corrida's room on the night of the murder. A bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan. So, it's a present, dude. It actually looks kind of classy, if you know what I mean. Yes, I heard it's quite expensive. It's why it's very odd that this gadget was found inside this bear. It is a very small video camera. It was hidden inside this bear's eye. Maybe it's a really curious bear. Well, whatever this bear saw was sent somewhere using this transmitter. Which means someone on the night of the murder was secretly filming Mr. Corrida's room. That's only one look. Okay. I guess one had a few of those kinds of fans too, huh, dude? Actually, I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fan. You sure, dude? What could it be from? The person who gave this bear to Mr. Corrida was... could be either... Wait. On guard Andrews. So I guess... Not Andrews. Not Sundo either. Okay, so himself. Thank God, don't you know this bear from somewhere? I don't think I've ever met Mr. Bear before, dude. Oh, but he says he knows you. How could you forget such a great friend? How's it the bear tell you? He says that the one who put the camera in his eyes was you, Mr. Guard. If I didn't know how you work in court, I think I was in some serious trouble. Come on, it's all a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg. Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet. Well, do you have any proof you want to show me first? Here's proof that it was you who put the camera inside the bear. I have here one credit card receipt, Mr. Guard. It's from when you bought that stuffed bear. Dude, all you can tell from this is that I spent $3,800. I go to the department store all the time, okay? It's $3,800. This could be the toothbrush I bought at one time. A $3,800 toothbrush. It's ivory, and it's got elephant hair for bristles. What? You elephant hair. This is what rich people use nowadays. Anyway, Snorkel clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not? Dude, you should have said that earlier. So can I ask you one thing? Yes. I'm a lawyer, right, dude? So if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that? Because if I don't know the truth, I can't help you. Sounds more like stupid lawyer talk to me. Yeah, let's stop talking about this, okay? No, not yet. I haven't asked why you set the camera up yet. And what your secret is. Of course, it would be extremely confidential. So, what are you going to do now? I'm going to find out what I want to know, because I must. The reason you hid this camera in Mr. Corrida's room and filmed it in secret is... Okay. Adrian Andrews. There's a rumor going around. Miss Andrews and Mr. Corrida were having secret meetings. You, who was keeping tabs on Mr. Corrida, you were going to reveal this as fact and turn it into scandal, isn't that right? Dude, you can be such a moron. Huh? Oh man, Mr. Lawyer, dude, that kind of scandal. That's good stuff. That's what we in the industry call choosy. The good stuff? Choosy? Look, they get publicity without spending a penny with that kind of stuff. I mean, if people stopped paying attention to us, it'd be at the end, dude. Too bad that wasn't your intention. What are you talking about? I wish your reason for spying was something so innocent, but it wasn't. You didn't spy on Mr. Corrida because of Miss Andrews. And there's only one reason I can think of for you to do such a thing. The real reason you set up that camera in Mr. Corrida's room was... Do I have this evidence though? Can I even do this yet? Oh. Wait, what? Oh, okay. I almost got it. God damn it. I was literally one happiness away. Fucking spam colors. Why are they? I don't know. Whatever. What's this card? Maybe he doesn't know about this card. This is a settlement's calling card. Man's name is Shelly the Killer, and I'm sure you know of him, don't you? Shelly the Killer? That's ridiculous. Why would I know some serious scumbag like him? If you don't know him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? Ah, this is it. I'm finally starting to get to the truth. I can't afford to make any more mistakes now. Number on guard. I know why you know Mr. the Killer. It's because... since you're the one who set up that camera, that means you knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So, how? How do you know something like that? It's because you're his client. That's why. You hired Shell the Killer to assassinate Mr. Juan Corrida. The real mastermind behind this whole murder is... you, Madame Guard. And here I was, trying to be a good boy for you, dude. I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought, anyway. Mr. Guard, you really did hire. Hold on a sec, I'm gonna consult myself, okay? Consult myself? Well, I guess it's probably about time anyway. But time for what? I think it's time for you to meet him now, Mr. Lawyer dude. Okay. How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Madame Guard. Fucking what? Well done, Mr. Wright. Oh, it wasn't easy to gather as much information as you have. Really? So you are Shell the Killer's client? I didn't really think I would dirty my own hands in this issue. What do you mean? That woman, Adrian, was quite brave herself. Trying to stick the crime on me, I didn't think she had it in her. But all I care about is that one is dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer? You're lying. Terrible. It's way past your bedtime, little girl. Go on, let us grown-ups talk about more adult things. But why? Why did you hide the video camera and... The weakling soon believes the words of others, just like that pathetic Adrian. Nobody miss Andrew's secret. I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone. Least of all assassins. What? Come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows by holding the sinful deed over their heads. And a superstar like me, how much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess? And that's why... Yes, that's where the video comes in. I've got his face and the crime scene recorded on it, preserved for all time. That I can keep him at bay, and even blackmail him if I want. That's right, that video is my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright? How do you do something so wrong? Because I'm a grown-up, and I can. Good enough of an answer for you, little girl. Why would you kill Mr. Corrida? Because he was about to sling so much dung onto my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they? It's all because of the press conference, isn't it? Mr. Corrida had been able to keep it. Mr. Guard's secret would have... Oh well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know. I had no interest in doing it really, but bit by bit it crept up on me. But then the situation just presented itself perfectly. How beautiful, I thought. That's how Mr. Corrida ended up dead. Let me tell you something. I'm not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply things to be used and thrown away. On a sweet innocent face, and people will swallow anything you feed them. Adrian fell for it. Assassin too. Oh, and how can I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone, all working their butts off for me. Not on guard. Oh, did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You've grown awfully quiet. How could I have been so deceived by all this time? When we first met, I asked if you had killed Von Corrida, and you answered really clear that you hadn't killed anyone. Hey now, I never told you any lies. The person who did the killing was that the killer guy, right? All I'm guilty of is taking a catnap in my room. You killed Mr. Corrida. I dare you to say it in court tomorrow. But too bad, you can't. You're my lawyer, after all, aren't you? You could always drop my case and refuse to represent me. How does that sound? Oh, but you can't, can you? That would be the one thing you absolutely can't do. Mystic Maya. You don't want to test the killer. He's a man of his word, or so I hear. You could end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose. You scoundrel. If I were you, Mr. Wright, Squire, I think I would give it my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution. I'll get you for this. That's such a cliché praise. One said something just like that, if memory serves. Of course, well, we all know how well things turned out for him, don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer. Maya, what am I supposed to do? And now, I have finally found it. The starting line of this case. Edgeworth. Don't care for the horrid atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct. Well, right. What are you going to do? If you plan on changing your strategy. No! We can't do that. That's right. He's holding Maya hostage. But what should I do? That's not something I can answer for you. It's Edgeworth. Right, only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago, at that time, I didn't truly understand what a prosecutor was. And that's why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand in a court of law until I knew what a prosecutor really was. And now, Mr. Wright, it's your turn. My turn? Why is this thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one? You must find the answer, and you must find it on your own. I'm a lawyer, but to fight for someone who is clearly a killer, not on guard, that means really... It doesn't matter who, every person deserves a proper defense and a fair trial. Isn't that the basis of our judicial system? proper defense. But what exactly is that? Is it where a lawyer forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery? Ironic that you of all people should say such a thing. Not exactly how you have fought for your clients up until now. Well, that may be true, but that's because I've believed my clients to be innocent from the bottom of my heart. Oh good, hold on. If I were to get unguarded and acquittal, that is not a proper defense at all. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who were suffering and in pain. But when I look at this mess we're in, I can't even protect the person closest to me. Even if I win the case, I still lose in the end. I just don't know what to do. Right? Would you get a hold of yourself? You have it all wrong. Huh? We aren't some sort of heroes. We aren't human, you and I. You want to save someone. That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say? You're a defense attorney. You can't run away from that. You can only fight. That's all you can do. People like you and Francisco and Karma are always using all you had to pin me down. You fight to the very end, even when you know the truth is not with you. But I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict, for a man I clearly know to be guilty. Francisca, she fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record. That's all. And isn't that the same as you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious win record was destroyed. You're so petty. I see. Now I understand why you despise me so. However, you're mistaken. Next to you, when you sealed off my path the perfect win record, I began to realize the error of my ways. I realized that things such as the perfect record were meaningless. What? I don't believe you. Are you saying that is why you left the prosecutor's office? But then, why? Why are you here now? The answer to that is something you will find out on your own. I have faith you will see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. But if you can't, then you will be powerless to change the ending of this story. That seems like that's a fourth wall break. Cynic, the transceiver. I'm sorry for what happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager you can obtain an acquittal tomorrow? My, what is the matter, Mr. Attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time. Tell me, please. Why are you holding my hostage for Mr. Engar's sake? Why are you doing this for the cold-blooded killer? Right? Please don't misunderstand this. He's my client. Don't toy with me. The man who hires an assassin is just as much of a killer himself. I believe you were asking me for a reason why I'm doing what I am. Yeah. This is what I like to call my aftercare. What the heck is aftercare? My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my handiwork. That is what is called client relations, and is a part of an assassin's duty. We were unlucky this time, and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to do to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney, to ensure that you do everything in your power to the very end. What is your name? I believe I told you once before. However, you did, but my name is the Killer. Shelly the Killer. You're Shelly the Killer? Please keep in mind, you do not have much space to maneuver with me. As the Killer, I always finish what I set out to do. You fail to keep your end of the bargain. Maya. It would be my duty as an assassin to see to it she receives a nice long nap. Ah, no. Now then, if you'll excuse me, if someone were to trace the signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome. fucking meow. I'm missing my I don't know what to say. Did nobody else hear it? What? It's worth. Did you hear that? At the end of the transmission. Thank you, Phoenix. Huh? Oh, that sounded like a cat. Cat? It can't be. That cat, can it? What is it? I think I know where Shelly the killer is holding my hostage. It's what? Have all police units head for Unguard Mansion immediately. Alright, you hurry over as well then. Don't lose hope yet, bros. The fight has only just begun. Yeah. Why can't there be a full list of everything so that I wouldn't have to go between these things? God damn it. Marksman's again, on guard me. Maya! Please answer us, Mystic Maya! We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. Assuming he's still in the area. I can't believe it. That butler, all this time, he was the killer. He and On Guard were working together all this time. I'm sure they had worked out a contingency plan ahead of time. There's a small door. It's On Guard's personal collection. I say it's a copy of his to collect broke masks of shows related to his own. So I know all sorts of details about Mr. Nathan Guard. Almost too many details. It's a defendant in this case. Of course I would know about it. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. It looks like there's another room in the back. Leave it to us. I'm sure the investigation team is already doing its job in there. I'm particularly careful for lots of fireplaces. They remind me of my youth. That's right, I grew up in a really affluent household. I guess you're still not over that case, huh? Don't take this personally. I really didn't wish to remember anything from that time in my life. Seems that On Guard was quite famous even as a motorcycle racer. I wonder if stuff like him tries to do something like that, they fail, but it seems On Guard is no ordinary man. This is probably where he conducted business with the killer. Yeah. The killer values his client races more than anything else. I'm sure he must meet his clients in person to talk about any transactions. Am I supposed to do something here? There's not anything I can examine anymore. Oh wait, there's the bear. Oh, it's a figure of a bear. There are a lot of cuts in it for some reason. Bear, isn't that more of a thing for Mr. Corrida? Why would something like this be here? Right, look down, there's a little pet door installed here. I'm sure that's for true. Do you think this came through the door? No, this door. It's locked. Well, I'm pretty sure we used to breaking doors down by now. Let's go, it's Oh. So it was that door, okay. There's no one here. From the looks of this room, I would say this is On Guard's private lounge. Look at this, right. An antenna for sending and receiving radio signals and a VCR. Check inside the deck. If there's a tape, it would be an important piece of evidence. If you're lucky, you'll have the moment the crime was committed recorded on it. I'm sorry, but the tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found. No. But there's no mistake that someone used this to record something. Looks like someone took the tape we're looking for and escaped with it. The guard's computer. Oh yeah, why couldn't you have used this to get help? Sonic, where's the power switch? Oh, I get it. So that's what happened. She couldn't find the power switch. a VCR and an antenna. The footage that the spy camera took at the scene of the crime was filmed here and recorded on tape. If only we had the tape. It would have been really helpful. A huge television and speakers loom largely here. I'm sure if Maya saw this, she'd say... Yeah, that's what she'd say. I can't believe I just made a joke about Maya, all things considered. Well, that is exactly what she said though. There is a small table, but we could barely squeeze 3 pills on there. But I wouldn't sit on the table to begin with, Mr. Nick. A spacious sofa. I bet 10 pearls would fit on here. I don't think 10 of me would fit, Mr. Nick. What the heck? I can't read all the labels, but it's a very large collection of videotapes. Looks like an guard table of his own shows. There's a little going this big door. I'm sure Maya used this door to shout this out there. I'm sure it was her. Every time you give me some piece of evidence, it's always the most crucial piece. This time too, I'm sure. Oh, so I can go here. We've searched all over, but it looks like he got away. I'm sorry. Looks like he slipped out of our grasp this time. Now we've lost our only lead. Don't give up yet. That little girl is looking to you to be her pillar. Yeah, you're right. We're close, I can tell. We've already set up checkpoints along every route leading out of this district. Leave the rest to us. Oh yeah. The light doesn't filter in all the way, so it's hard to see. Look like there are crates and cardboard boxes tied up with wire here. It's a pretty heavy door, isn't it? I can't open it by myself. Please don't shut me in here by accident, okay, Mr. Nick? If I were locked in a place like this, I'd be plenty scared too, trust me. Wow. I've never seen so many bulbs all in one place before. Well, I guess when you're a star, you have so much money you can buy anything you want. This looks like a picture of Miss Inpex. With love, Celeste. Miss Inpex, you mean? Yes, Mr. Corrida's former manager. Why would a picture of Miss Inpex be here in Mr. Engar's mansion? And why does it say, with love? This might be a clue. Ah, what's wrong, Pearls? Please let me see that picture frame. Huh? What's so special about the frame? On the back, there's something written on the back of the frame. Maya. It's Mystic Maya. She left us a message. What? I thought you'd come. I knew you would. Now listen up. You better get on guard to kill this sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime back not guilty, I'll never forgive you. Ever. I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. There's so much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Apparently you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's gonna watch out for the helpless dog. That's it for now. Oh. No. Me, Maya. Right. What's wrong? Why the blank stare? Oh, nothing. We've searched the house, and this is the last room. It looks like he loaded us. That's what? Yes. As far as clues go, I think this is about all I'm going to get. I'm still short one last thing. And why is that? Miss Andrew's cyclock. If I could just find out what secret she's holding, I think I stand a chance in court tomorrow. Pull this case wide open and expose the truth. I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact the detention center. Thanks, Ainsworth. Well, let's go, Pearls. It's time to open that last lock. Good evening, Mr. Wright. What's wrong? You look ill. Sanders, I've come to remove your cyclock. Cyclock? I want to know, and you will tell me your secret. Fine, go ahead. Try to break me if you can. Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Guard for the murder? I told you countless times. It's because I thought Matt was the killer. No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Guard. Miss Sanders, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. You're saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why. That's an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. Sanders, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There's something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. Celeste. There's only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings, and even revenge. This missing Pax's suicide. They're trying to say. That was Juan's major. On top of that, the one who hit her suicide was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt? You're right, you haven't mentioned him, yet. But for you to hate Mr. Guard, it would mean that he must have some relation to Miss Impax and her suicide. Explain to me this relation, uses the Matt. This is a photo of Miss Impax, correct? She looks younger than when she passed away, though. Well, with love, Celeste. This is Miss Impax's handwriting, isn't it? Where did you find this? No, that's alright. This is a rhetorical question. Yeah, it is. I found this at Mr. Ingard's mansion. And after all this time, my last remaining secret has been revealed. Oh man. Celeste, she was supposed to get married to Juan. Yes, but I heard that it didn't work out. Because Mr. Correa didn't want to get married to her anymore, right? Yes, because of Matt. Because of Mr. Guard? What do you mean? I think I see where this is going. Celeste, she was Matt's manager a long time ago. Oh, she was the happiest woman in the world at the time. I was working part-time back then, and I often saw the two of them together. So that's why, with love, Celeste is written on the frame of that picture. They were a couple, weren't they? Wasn't anything as splendid as that. Celeste was being used. Toyed with until she was thrown away. It's so horrible. Its entire image is built around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. A scandal would have destroyed that. Which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide Studios. That's where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him, even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a good match that they were even planning to get married. Then, it was suddenly called off. The night Juan called their marriage off, Celeste, she killed herself. And that's why I framed Matt. It's revenge for Celeste and for myself. I'm sure even you can guess why Juan called the wedding off, right? Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship with Celeste. I see, so that's what happened. But... and why did Mr. Gordon have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all. It was probably because of his worthless male pride. Juan and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed that rule on Juan. He was aiming for when it would hurt Juan the most. Or Miss Impax. that wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind. In that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds and so that she never again be hurt by Matt, she chose to die. Then when Juan discovered her body, he hid her note. Why would he do that? It's simple. Juan realized that the note was a powerful weapon against Matt, and it would be especially damaging to his refreshing like a spring breeze image. In any case, with his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge. Revenge. There's that word again. Juan wanted to publicly disclose the contents of that suicide note. The time that would cause Matt the most damage, of course. That was the press conference after the stage show. I know all about it, because I heard it all from Juan. Just so I could find out about all this and that I drew close to Juan to begin with. They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. That night when I found Juan's body, it was only natural that I thought the murderer was Matt. Those two were always spying on one another after all. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. I was going to burn it. I had even brought a lighter. But I couldn't find the suicide note. That's when revenge crossed my mind. Yes, I was going to bring to them my own kind of cruel revenge. Seth was killed by those two monsters, so when I stabbed Juan's body with that knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt. And that's all I had to say. Well, it's alright. But knowing all this, are you still going to help that man? I'm a lawyer. I see. For the foul profession. Thank you very much for your time and for talking with me. It's no big deal. I can sleep anyway. I can't sleep either, not with Maya's situation, or with what I know now. God. How did I get into this mess? It's far enough. You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix, right? What have I done wrong? I cannot allow you to go on like this. But I'm just a simple defense attorney. Silence. You are no longer worthy of your title. I've had this dream before, someplace, some time ago. As if this day was written into my destiny. Today I'll stand in court as a lawyer. To prove a killer innocent. God fucking damn. Hello, this is Mix, right? You look so well, dude. You're gonna prove me not guilty today, right? Haha. If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict too. Now listen up. Phoenix. Mia. Maya. How's Maya? I don't know. You don't know? She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday. Yeah, but what am I supposed to do? Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smiles. But you can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here, not anywhere. Oh, it's that cursing on guard again. Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it. You're really mean, pal. Ah, Gamsu. I'm really sorry. Where are you? Let me join the investigation team and we're chasing after the killer, pal. Then... You have some sort of lead? Sorry, but right now we've got 0 leads on the guy. We're not going to give up. I'm sure. Until the trial is over, until the verdict is handed down, we're going to do everything we can and find the killer. We can get Maya out, then you can get Underguard the guilty verdict he deserves, pal. That's true. You could do that if they found Maya first. You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer. To make the trial last longer. If you go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you've got, then you can draw it out. Oh, now I get it. I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, but believe in us. We're going to give it all we've got, just like you. Got it. Thanks, Kamsu. Hey, Phoenix. Understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. The strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance. Yeah. So we're coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. I'm sure will come true, I know it. Court is now in session for the trial of Matan Guard. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. Mystery being what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder. That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Said so, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings. Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. Guard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. Guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape. You're saying that she's guilty after all. I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card. What is that? It looks like a shell. It's the calling card of a certain assassin. Assassin, you say? Yes, Juan Corrida was killed by a professional assassin. But the person who hired the assassin, his client so to speak, is Matan Guard. What a surprising turn of events. I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on this time. So I know that everything Edgeworth has said is true. We still have to hold out as long as we can. At least until Maya is safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today. Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please. Okay. I'm, Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star. What's your relation to the defendant? Well, I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way, yeah. Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much. Oh, sorry. Well, but I'm just kind of a nothing sort of guy. On the night of the murder, we visited the defendant's room. Is this correct? Yes. I didn't know that. But you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went. All you need to do is answer what you are asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. Guard's room. Okay, sure. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first I thought it was the bellboy. I was the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, but I couldn't make them wait for me. Something sounds out of place in Mr. Power's testimony. Talking with the bellboy is no big deal. One assumes that the person Mr. on guard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy, not implying. Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Looks like we're in another sticky situation. Huh? Trap. Can you smell it? Can't you smell it with the phoenix? For us to find out more, we're just going to have to charge in head first, right? The defendant's room. Why do you go there? Well, I'm his mentor, like a big brother sort of, and I wanted to say congrats. What's wrong? Why did you stop? Mr. Wright? Why is it? You're going to try to trick me into a corner, aren't you? I know I'm just a poor underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer. No one said you were, Mr. Powers. No, please, don't trick me. Every time you do your lawyer thing, the witness suddenly turns into a bad guy. Every time. Witness. I will personally talk to the defense at a later time. So for now, please kindly cooperate and continue with your testimony. Sorry. So you went to the defendant's room and then... And wait a minute, when and how did I suddenly turn into a bad guy here? Are you sure that was Matt on guard? Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing the samurai mask then. If that's the case, then he really can't be mistaken. And? What was the defendant doing standing in front of his own room? At first? What do you mean by that? Well, he was in a bellboy's uniform and he had a bottle of juice on a tray. Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me. Yeah, but I didn't think he was a normal bellboy. Why was that? What did I think that, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Sorry, but I can't remember right now, sorry. Guess I'm going to have to wait patiently on this one. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant, together, correct? Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. But that's a perfectly normal thing to do. So how long did you watch the two of them? Not more than a minute or two, I think. Who are these guests you're talking about? You guys, of course. You and Maya and Little Pearl. I thought it would be really rude since I invited you guys if I disappeared on you. So I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway. It's like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press button. Remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat tonight? I don't remember that happening at all. Okay. Well, like, I personally didn't remember and then it lined up with the dialogue as well. I was making such a racket in her hyper state. I ended up focusing on her. I see. In case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long. Never mind. What the hell? God damn it. Brain is not working, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what one I suppose to contradict. Wait, what? Oh. What's that? Hey, wait a second. Actually, Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago, stated, you know, I did feel something weird. It was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. Yeah, you felt something strange about the tip giving incident itself. Ah, yeah, that's it. You already know your job. That's what. Yes, Your Honor. This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he? Perhaps we should let the witness tell us. Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. You mean about the bellboy, right? Matt gave the bellboy a tip. Okay. So you gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that? And well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. Trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me. How much it was. That's when something even more surprising happened. Bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket. That's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow at all. Don't think Mr. Powers was surprised by twice by this event. I wonder which shop is talking moments I should ask about. It was so shocking. What was so shocking about the Bellboy's famous powers? He wasn't exactly a boy, more like an old gramps. I hope you know, discrimination towards all men is an honor in my court. No, that's not what I meant at all. The smack of the guy's face, there was a line of stitches. Line of stitches? Yeah, and it went straight from the tippy top of his head to the bottom of his chin. Almost like if the thread snapped, all the stuff in his head would come spilling out. He was there, at Angard's house. He was the butler. Where's Mr. Wright? Ah, nothing, Your Honor. So that means Angard was talking with the killer then. If that fact were to be exposed, Angard would be declared guilty in a blink. Meaning, you have to play dumb here, pretend you don't know anything. Yes, Chief. Sure you don't have anything you would like to say, Mr. Wright? Would you use the same, Your Honor? Nothing, Mr. Wright, nothing. We're just going around and around in circles. Now then, Mr. Powers, please. The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give you charge tips, wouldn't you agree? I'm sure. But giving that much was maybe a little too much, I think. A little too much. Could you please clarify for the court? But how much would you say the defendant gave the bellboy? Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess. Why is that? So you gave the bellboy a really fat roll of cash. A roll of cash? Oh well, how interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it? Very fat roll of cash. It can only hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. This is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. Something really objective here. I mean, who can argue that a fat roll of money isn't really odd? So supposing that roll of cash was not a tip. And what was it? Payment, Your Honor. Payment? Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. von Corrida. And the bellboy the witness saw. Yes, he was the assassin. Hold your horses now. Mr. Edgeworth, you don't have any proof of this, do you? Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I have here the card Shelley the Killer left at the scene of the crime. Shelley the Killer. The person the police's special investigation team has been chasing for ages. I'm certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley the Killer. Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers? No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head and I think I just figured something out. Oh. Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night. What? Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw. Yes, sir. Right away. This time I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. That's when that bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean von Corrida's room. Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kinda out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin, I'm sure of it. I mean... Thank you very much. That's all we need for now. Huh? I'm not done. There's still more. Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. the Killer. Then we shall see. So, the bellboy came out of the victim's room. If that bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious. It would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh. Ha 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 ha. It is no laughing matter. sure it was the same bellboy. Yeah. But how could you tell? All the bellboys wear the same uniform after all. But you see, well, he had those stitches in his face. Ah. I'm sure it's the same guy that was talking with Matt. So which room did the bellboy come out of? The victim's room, huh? Yeah, the one with all the really pretty flowers and teddy bears. There's one room, alright. Words can't describe how screwed I am. Let's continue with the testimony, shall we? I'm pretty sure that's a bot. In case it isn't, thank you for the follow. Now I think about it, the bellboy. Oh wait, hold on. Other place. So what exactly was so out of place about him? Right. Why the insipid grin? Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's going to say next. Well, the bellboy was empty-handed. The bellboy was one of those room service people, right? He wasn't pushing a cart and he wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you? I agree that it is a bit strange, Mr. Powers. It's really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed. Should have let Mr. Powers test him slide or try to pull off fast. God. There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy. There really is. There really isn't. If you two are done being school children, bellboys are for room service. There is no reason for them to be empty-handed, ever. Connor, I asked that the witness's previous statement be supplanted with this new one. Alright, but are you going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious? I see, very well. This court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. The Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please. Yes, sir. So you're saying that it's suspicious for him to be empty-handed? Yeah, really suspicious. I mean, when I first saw that bellboy, he was holding a tray in his hand. There was a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it. Juice? What kind of juice was it? I'm pretty sure it was tomato juice. You would come up with some sort of reason as to why he would come out empty-handed. Some sort of proof, then I think we can dodge the bullet on this one for now. Proof, huh? Sounds like another job for the court record. Never mind. Okay, so it was the photo after all. God damn it. I was gonna do that first, but then I don't know. It's Powers. Yes. You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, you caught up in believing it must be true. But isn't he really suspicious? All those stitches and... So, a baseball has stitches. Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? Well, there's also, I mean, what about him being empty-handed? I would like to ask the court to please take a look here. This is the crime scene. There's a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Corrido's body. The liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what is on top of the table in the lower right corner here, anyone can clearly see that it is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. Bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Corrido's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left. But that would mean that the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room. Ah, but can you prove that Mr. Corrido was already dead at that time? Mr. Estabeth? Yes. I blame you for leading me down this route. I'm terribly sorry. What's with him? Why is he laughing? Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us? Is there? Bellboy was empty-handed, or should I say empty-handed. Recall you had something interesting to say about his hands. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Huh? What? The bellboy, he was wearing gloves. Gloves? Yeah, pitch black leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Black leather gloves. Why didn't you mention them earlier? Sorry, it slipped my mind. Or why does this make the bellboy look really suspicious? Alright, got the focus. I can't get lax here. So what if you had gloves? All the bellboys wear gloves. Come on, Mr. Wright. That bellboy is wearing black leather ones. So, a football is made of leather. Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they're made of leather? God, but that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant. And then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy. Seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest? Oh yes, please tell us more. Okay. To leaving one's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door, just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room, and the old guy just left, without going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. Bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went to the defendant's room. Yeah, I kinda saw all that by accident. Accent, I'd say so too much. The whole of it was suspicious to high heaven. I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Is it right? Your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. Is that what you saw while you were busy spying? Excuse me. I may be a poor underpaid action star. Even I wouldn't stoop to spying. Well, I think the point is, where did you watch all this from, Mr. Powers? Oh, from the door of the bathroom with my left eye, in our sort of sneaky spy-like. I knew he was spying. Please, does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly? What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care to know. I said, hold it. Okay. That's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details. Oh, okay. I should probably ask him only one question at a time. gave something to this person. Yeah. And what was that something? Hahaha. If I remembered what it was, I wouldn't be calling it a something, would I? This implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers? I think it was just something kinda small. It's an incredibly crucial piece of information. Please try to remember what it was. I'll try. In the meantime, let's talk of another point, namely what the bellboy did next. Also, after he gave the person inside the room the thing. Where did this bellboy go after he left Mr. Angard's room? He opened the door to Bill Hall, went in there, and who knows about after that, right? I do. So who took this something the bellboy handed off? Actually, I don't know. What do you mean? I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm? And you're saying you didn't see the person's face? Yeah. I'd like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. So the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm. Yes, it was just like that. That's what. Is all this really that important? Of course, you are. I think this is of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client. Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off. Let's see, I think it was... If you remember, please add it to your testimony. Yes, sir. A statue? Yeah, kinda looked like one, I guess. If I saw the actual thing again, I'd probably remember, you know. Like, for this trial to proceed, I'm going to have to come up with whatever this statue thing is and show it to you. I'm going to have to trust your instinct in this one and take a chance, Phoenix. Well, Mr. Powers, let's continue with the testimony. What did the bellboy do after that? What was the point of that pregnant pause? Where did that object come from? Well, speak up. Excuse me, Your Honor. What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen once I show this. So right, if you have something to say, please spit it out. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix, deep breath. Mr. Powers, something you saw. Was it this item? Oh, hey, that's it. That's there something. Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out. I recall we found this at Madame Guard's mansion. The defendant's house. What does this mean? It's simple, Your Honor. Surely the killer assassinated one corridor in his room. And then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime. And the bear being found at Mr. Angard's mansion would mean... Goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Matt Angard is the killer's client. Order. I said order. That's right. This is of a most unfortunate turn of events for you. Yeah. Sorry, Mia. No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. I almost forgot that he knew about it too. I think it's clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial. I can't let this happen. I have to do something. There has to be something we've overlooked. Your Honor, minute please. Yes, Mr. Wright? There are still a few points left that we have not fully explored. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? I don't know. It's Power's testimony, of course. Your inanity stupefies me, Mr. Wright. We have already clarified all questionable points during the cross-examination just now. Ugh. Question time like this, calling the testimony questionable. I'd say it's your head that's questionable here. Ah. Save's gone. There was one thing in Mr. Powers' testimony that was very unclear. And that's the identity of the person who received the bear. Gives an... As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear, we can't be sure of... Ah! What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, then at least give us a good reason why. Oh, yeah, sorry. Actually, so, I remembered. I remembered who took the bear. What? Really? I mean, I only saw his arm. But the arm... It was Nickel Samurai's arm, I swear it. You've got to be kidding. Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers? Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai. Order, order. Looks like you've dug your own grave yet again. How many times is it today? I lost count. So the person who took in this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. And as we all know, Matangard is the Nickel Samurai. Next to defense, we've made that all the clear. What am I supposed to do now? Yeah, help. Didn't have time to act lost. Got to find another angle to attack this from. Hurry. Now, I will bring this cross-examination to Your Honor. Again, Mr. Wright. You've already removed any and all questionable areas of this testimony. It's about time you were removed from this court, Mr. Wright. But I have to find something. Even one little point will do. There are still questions left unanswered. What are you trying to pull? Oh well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright. What questionable would you like to explore further? I mean, I could go with the same thing, but I guess the bear itself. But I mean, this might not be the... yeah, because it might... yeah, I don't know. I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable. The bear, Mr. Wright. This was found at Mr. Nongard's mansion. However, Mr. Nongard was arrested at the whole of that night. Which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home. Oh. I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It's not possible that it was Mr. Nongard who took this bear to his mansion. Why? That's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken this bear home. Phew, disaster averted. You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. Huh? I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Angar's mansion. The killer and Angar were working together, so to speak. The killer was hiding at Angar mansion as its butler. What a bold move! The bear figurine was brought back to Angar mansion by the killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, Angar had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad had the police found it during their investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now. It's too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all? And we've heard enough. We now know why Sparrow figure was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matangard. I see no reason for this trial to continue. Therefore, I will now hand down my verdict. Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you? I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what it sort has stated is the truth. Any last objections, Mr. Wright? Well, do I? What should I do? I will now... There's only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only way I have left is this one dirty trick. Your Honor, right now, we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number one, he accepted the spare figurine from the assassin. Reason number two, that very same figurine was found at the Angardmi's mansion. However, it's possible this is all the work of a certain other person. What are you saying? Well, what I am saying is, it's possible a different person is Tekilar's real client. The real client? Yes. This is all you have? Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Oops. Who do you say is Tekilar's real client and therefore the real murderer? Adrian Andrews? Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matt on guard for the crime. By wearing the spare nickel samurai costume. Then the nickel samurai arm that I saw, that could have very well been Miss Andrews. What about Miss Arngard? If you would please recall yesterday's testimony. The defendant was taking a nap during the break period. That's right. Then, finding his figure at Mr. Arngard's mansion. It was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews. Setsworth, what's your opinion on this? I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic, besides which there is no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either. What's with this trial? Come on, anyone can tell that Arngard did it. I don't believe the defense would go so far as to pin the guilt on someone else. Yeah, unbelievable. It's not something petty, it's murder of all things. To save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, it's one fight I can't give up on. Order, order, order. All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom. Honor? For the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with this, with his what-if game. His what-if game, besides what. Prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it strange and wondered. Why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? He's right. The killer did especially bring that bear to a guard right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? Absolutely. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews. And who would that be? It's quite simple, Your Honor. It's Adrian Andrews herself. I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare its witness in time. Yes, Your Honor. Ha ha ha. Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never told in your desperation you tried to pin the guilt onto Adrian. I swear this demon will pay. It's a Nick. Where's Mia? I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away. Really strong power? Sonic, your phone is from Gumshoe. How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal? Yeah, sort of. We just barely found something to latch onto. Phew, that's good, pal. And what about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out where the killer and Maya are? We still don't have any leads, but... What? We don't have any more time. If we just had one, even a single clue would really be very helpful. I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself. I've got to keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. Have I just run out of luck this time? Is all our hope for naught? A tent. Ah, a tent. I can see a circus tent. Yeah. Looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. It was Maya that called you away. She's locked in a dusty little room right now. But I could see a circus tent outside the window, about 300 feet away. Gumshoe. Is there a circus in town right now? There's only one, pal. The very big circus. Maya's somewhere within 300 feet radius of the main tent. What? Okay, hold on a second, pal. Hey, draw a circle on the map, about 300 foot radius from the main tent. Hurry! And I could see a mailbox under the window, just outside. Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox. Okay, what else? What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. It felt like I was in an old office building, maybe the 3rd floor or so. There, an old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there. Just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck. Good luck. I'll call you later, so don't let your battery die, okay, pal? Yeah, Maya's not hurt, right? She's in pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. Come, sure, please hurry. Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix? It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer. Oh man. Court will now reconvene. The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now that the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews? Of course I have. You've seen it before? That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets? Alright. Why does she... Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. Its center is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it. So it's figurine. It's a container of sorts, is it? Yes, books can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree? Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Oh yes, I nearly forgot. Maybe in your explanation, right? Isn't right? Looks like there really was something that bear after all. Well knows that this bear is actually a small container, or jewelry box. I never told anyone. As long as one never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew. Two of you, huh? And of course that means Mr. Unguard didn't know, right? We don't know anything about this figurine, so we should try to find out more for now. Yeah, I'll keep pressing her for more information. A puzzle. That's right. It looks like an ordinary figurine. True enough. People who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this was a puzzle. So what kind of puzzle is this exactly? So you can take it apart, and how would one go about doing it? Well, you first turn its tail to the right and then push it in. Oh yes, I see. After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed. Oh, this is most interesting. A boy and his new toy. It's like his 5 all over again. Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on. I think he's lost it. So what do you find after you take the puzzle apart? And how do you know about this? I know because I was the one who bought it. Huh? It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland. And this was a present from you. That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for Juan. So it was a present from Miss Andrews. Witness, let's continue with the testimony. So who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle? The two of us, Juan and myself. It's a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt there are that many people with the same bear in this country. This looks like it can be easily broken, especially if someone wanted to get at what's inside. Well, it's a toy, but it can never be the same again once it's been broken. And this is about all I'm going to get for now. Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize there's one very important fact that we have uncovered, and that is this. This bear is actually a 2-word box. But we have agreed to this point. There's only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. What's inside this box? What's inside? That's right. That's what we are going to find out next. Witness? Yes. You are the only one who can open this. Please. There's a painful silence hanging over the courtroom. All eyes are on Miss Andrews now as she solves the puzzle and takes the bear apart. I've opened it. Is this what you wanted? What is that? It looks like a note. I don't think we need to guess at what that is, do we, Mr. Wright? It's a suicide note. A suicide note? A suicide note left by Juan Corrida's former manager, Celestine Banks. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Corrida himself. It seems Celestine Banks had very beautiful handwriting. It's just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. It's the most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide. Order. Witness. Did you know about this? Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public, but I couldn't find it anywhere. It had already been taken by the killer. Everything is going at Mrs. Hot pace. So now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question? What is written on the note? That's right, at least that's what I would think. Now then, I believe it's only appropriate the contents of this note being made known. I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it. And I was going to burn it, for her sake. I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Eleanor, if you could please read the contents of the note aloud. Very well. The judge's voice rang loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celestine Banks left us a record of all that had happened to her, about being used and then thrown away by on guard, about being engaged to Corrida and in guard's role in destroying that, and about how she decided in her despair to end it all. And that's all Miss Impact had to say. There's one thing I would like to say here. Prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Angard. And what? Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Is that correct, witness? Yes. The night of the murder, one was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference. My word. But Angard values above all else his refreshing like a spring breeze image, which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost. Angard thought that the woman killed herself. And this time he even went as far as to kill someone to stop him from revealing that. How terrible. A selfish person. I guess there are slimeball lawyers out there who will defend these groups too. There's no room for doubt here. Mr. the Killer's client's goal was to obtain his suicide note. And the only other person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found in the defendant's house. It seems that we have come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone. How am I supposed to escape from this one? Why hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do. I know. I have to carry on and buy him some more time. Okay. There are two deadly pieces of evidence. The figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of his situation through one of those. The gavel is already in the judge's hand. Phoenix, hurry. Suicide note or the figurine, which of things should I pursue? Please wait, Your Honor. Oh man, look at the lawyer. He's still going at it. It's like he doesn't care that he's trying to get the killer off the hook. I think Your Honor believes that Angard killed him in order to obtain this note. Yes, that is correct. But that seems a little strange. In fact, I think there's a contradiction there. This note was hidden by Mr. Corrida until the night of the murder. If that is the case, then Angard could not have known what was written on this note. Oh, I didn't think of it that way. Exactly, but I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. No one in their right mind would kill for a note without first knowing what it said. Order, order, order. You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? It's just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one. Fortunately, I think he believes differently. I believe a show of appreciation is in order. Huh? The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this. What is that? It's a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying. Spying? What the? I thought that spy camera was in my possession. Angard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses. And the victim, Juan Corrida, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Angard. Order, order. Ahem, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. You, don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities. Well, sort of. Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright. As you're confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eye. But this camera that I have is not the same. It's not that same one. Last night I searched the victim's house on a hunch, using this Gumshoe's bug sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera. But Angard's fingerprints were on there. Well, Phoenix, Looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? How am I supposed to say that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Guard learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. Got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Hey. Now what's the lawyer thinking? Mommy, is it man the bad killer guy? Just stop. Don't look at him. The way he's sweating is just so nasty. Phoenix? Yes, Chief? Have you figured out what you're going to do next yet? What I'm going to do next? Just running away like a frightened child work? Well, it's a Joestar family tradition, so maybe. I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth is very close to putting the lid on this case, but in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot to one very important thing. Well, what is it, Mia? There's a piece of evidence that he really should investigate. Something he should investigate. I would really hate to see the court prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance. Why is speaking in riddles all of a sudden? Alright, I think this time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, don't have any further objections, do you? This piece of evidence that Mia is talking about. Can I figure out what it is that still needs to be looked at, or should I let it go? I have an objection, Your Honor. That was about the biggest objection I ever heard, Mr. Wright. Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go so easily. They're beginning to sound desperate. That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, it's not like you at all. In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing. Hey, is that what I just said? So you're telling me that I forgot something. You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. There's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. It's in Bax's suicide note, right? Who knows? I mean, sure, this suicide note was found inside this bear. But this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means the handwriting on this suicide note has yet to be analyzed. Oh. So, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Inpax or not, that has yet to be remotely confirmed, even remotely confirmed. Mr. Wright, you can seriously be suggesting. Mr. Wright, are you saying this suicide note is a fake? Miss Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Guard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into this bear? How dare you! Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There's no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever, ever. But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? Recall the witness testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could solve the puzzle is the witness herself. Miss Andrews, you brought this up, didn't you? You brought it so you could use it to frame Mr. Matt on guard. I didn't know such thing. Right. If you're going to pronounce this suicide note a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory. Instead, you were the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution. It's enough. Miss Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on this suicide note? It says the defense said the handwriting has yet to be analyzed. That's the case. It seems that yet again we have reached a point where a verdict is impossible. It's impossible. Isn't good, Phoenix. The judge is going to carry his trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day. I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and defense further investigate. Really honest by my path. That's just a lawyer trying to buy more time. And God is guilty. Look, any idiot can tell you that. I think we've reached the end of the line. Guilty, 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 guilty. What is that sound? It's Gumshoe. Hello, Gumshoe? What's with him? And what's with that sign? Where's Maya? What happened to the killer? He got away. What? I'm sorry, pal. I really am. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. I wish there was some way to make it up to you. I really do. Anyway, what's going on? Found his hideout, pal. But the two of them were already gone. It's terrible. I'm going to keep looking for them, pal. Don't you worry. Just need a little more time. But don't tell me we don't have any more. Do you hear that? They're calling for his head. It's right. I can't force to come this far and... Oh. What is it? Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth. I can't do that. It's right. Would you please get a hold of yourself? Yes, Your Honor. I'm about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after. Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch. Mr. Edgeworth, please, you've got to buy us some more time. Court's in session. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying? Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I'm reluctant to do this. However, it appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow. This time, I really can't do anything. Court is now adjourned for today. Oh. Okay. Or please wait, Your Honor. Edgeworth. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time. For what purpose? We can perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time. But can you really obtain your result in 30 minutes? I believe we can, Your Honor. But wouldn't it be better if we adjourned for today and reconvene tomorrow? 30 minutes, please, Your Honor. That's all I'm asking for. Please, Your Honor. Very well. The prosecution requests this court will now take a 30-minute recess. We advise that I will not allow another recess today. I'm sure if this is helping or hurting us. The court will now take its final recess of the day. Ugh. Right, well, what's going on with my situation? The killer. Looks like it's away again. 30 minutes. We can find her in that time. Report. Is that Mr. Edgeworth? We don't have time, just speed it up. Right. Looks like we just missed them, sir. The killer left a few things behind by accident and he's rushed to get away. few things. Can we use any of them as evidence? Oh ho ho, I thought you'd ask, pal. I've got the things you left with me right now and I'm on my way over. Really? That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first. We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swiped the stuff and ran. What? Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I've got to put the law on hold for now. Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get into that trouble over this. With my hunk of junk car, I'd say I'll be there in about 20 minutes, so don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me. Alright, just get there here in one piece. I'm on a mission and no one can stop me now, sir. No one. I'm playing at all the stops and running every red light. Huh? Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to end this. What the fuck? Hey, what's wrong? It comes to answer me. No one can stop me. Oh shit, is it the killer? What happened? It sounded like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well. What was he thinking? Got to hurry and call for help. We have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get to those items before they do, the police will take possession of them. No, we can't let that happen. Well, if there's a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance. Why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now? Is there any way to find out exactly where he is at this moment? There is a way. That's right, there is a way. What? How? I'm sure we can find out where the Gumshoe is through this. Francisco's thing, whatever it was. Oh wait, it was the fourth one left. Oops. Why are you bringing up Francisca at the time like... Oh, I see. Try to get in contact with her. The chances are slim, but she's all we have. Will she even want to help us? It's worth. Was it? I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty, but what I'm doing wrong. I'm pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say, defense attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death. Right. It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, it can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. The verdict. Is Prosecutor Edgeworth there? Here. Yes, Bailey. There's a phone call for you, sir. They said it was extremely urgent. Probably finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to go and take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what else you must do. Oh man. Oh man. "45 minutes left," something like that. There's more sets of things, I guess. We'll see. I'll try and finish this, I guess. With the guide if I need to. Okay. Where will now reconvene? I assume both sides are ready. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. I can understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth? That is... It's nothing, Your Honor. What's wrong with Edgeworth? Looks like something unexpected just happened to him. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impact's suicide note. Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we have discovered that this suicide note is a forgery. What? What do you mean, Miss Edgeworth? This note was not written by Miss Impact herself. It is a fake. Order. Mr. Edsworth, would you care to explain what is going on? This was not written by Miss Banks, then who wrote it? You would need more time to do a more detailed analysis, however, it appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida. Mr. Corrida? Well. Looks like Miss Banks never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about on guard. However, even though this suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. On guard could not have known that, and so that facts remain unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it. That does sound very plausible. His theory that On guard had no idea that the suicide note was fake. Something seems a little wrong with it. The defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, it's impossible for Mr. On guard to not have known it was a fake. Wait, what? Evidence on my supposed action present. Wait, that much is stupid. Hold on, what the fuck? Oh, okay. Spy camera, I guess. I guess it makes sense, but I'm just small brain. I said about them again. A video camera, well, a very small one, but oh, that's right, a camera. Ah, you kids and your fancy toys nowadays. It said so. Earlier you claimed that Mr. Arngard knew of the existence of this note. Because he was spying on the victim, isn't that right? If that were true, then this means Mr. Arngard would have known the victim had forged the note. So the defendant knew the suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way. Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. Arngard's motive for murder was suddenly disappeared into thin air. But Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. Arngard monitored Mr. Corrida 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place that Mr. Arngard didn't know of. Well, right back at you, Mr. Edsworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made the portrait in an unknown place? Order, Mr. Edsworth. Looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave. As I figured. As I figured, came down to this after all. Mr. Edgeworth, you are not making any sense. When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next? What next? If the prosecution can't prove Mr. Angard's motive through evidence, then we must prove it from another angle. Well, I agree with you there, Your Honor. Prosecution would like to call a witness. Oh, well, that's fine. However, this witness is a little unusual. It's worth stuttering. It's not like him at all. Unusual. Well, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth? This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the questions of was it that hired Shelley the killer to commit murder? It's impossible. Does this person exist who can answer that question with certainty? Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. Who is this witness? Yes, go on. Who is it? The man himself. Mr. Shelley the killer. Oh, Mr. the killer. This is not a casual. Wait, Shelley the killer? You mean the killer? Or I mean the assassin? Yes, Your Honor. He's coming here, the witness stand? Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission. Well, Mr. Wright? Yes. Is this alright with you? I have a choice here. Gonna pay you much help to drag this trial out. The defense has no objections, Your Honor. I wonder if it really is alright to do this. Very well then, the prosecution calls its witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us? Now then, witness. Your name and your occupation, please. Very good, sir. My name is Shelley the Killer, and I'm a professional assassin. I say. What is going on here? Your Honor? How can you remain so calm? What is the meaning of this two-way radio? Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now. It came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. the Killer will testify to this court. So this must be what that urgent phone call he got earlier was about. Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure this is really Mr. the Killer himself. Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are, in fact, Shelley the Killer. I understand. Please wait a second. I'm so hungry. Maya! Boys, Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything for this? The defense has no objection to this person. We're satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley the Killer. Looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Well, it does not seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so... Now then, witness. There's one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And what would that be? At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Corrida. Is this correct? It's as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Corrida. Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well. This all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it, a bad dream. Shelley the Killer. What is he going to say? There's something I must first state. An assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It's my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. Mr. the Killer seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us. But he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor. Mr. the Killer is only stating the truth. He's no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief. I mean about this trust between his clients and himself thing. It seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor. There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collect. Phoenix. I guess I'll press everything, I don't know. We can hear anything you have to say later. Can you please tell your clients? I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Thorny. I said this is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means? Sorry. Go on. Well, it appears there's one witness you can't badger, Mr. Wright. It's only because you don't know about my situation. The trust between you and your client. I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome. That's why you are testifying in this manner. This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the killer name so my clients can trust me. Didn't you just... Didn't you just... like, literally, technically say the name of the client by stating that this is the first time that the client has been accused of murder? Where am I? Okay. Couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? It's never happened before, but if it ever did, yes. The person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly... That's enough. Please, no more. Very well. It was only hypothetical anyway. It seems a little strange to me. I mean, you are about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them. It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role. Their role? This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. You, who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? The gentleman who spoke just now, excuse me, but would you care to die? No, I didn't say anything. I just said better watch himself. Oh man. I understand, so please tell us the name of your client. I'm afraid I cannot do that. I still have a few things to say before I do. That egomaniacal. It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. You won't live very long if you left everything bother you. Somehow, that coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting. I don't really care about all this extra stuff. Extra pops, just tell us the name already. Patience, try to calm down a little. It's important to try and understand his mindset. It seems very steadfast and closed, so you're going to have to work to get him to talk. And his therapist, you know. Trust me, your client will provide my service in fast and efficient. I was wondering about something you just said. You said that your client had already broken the rules. The person who frames another is the worst kind of human. That's why you feel you can betray this person. I have no trust relation with the client who can't understand their assigned role. Just my luck. An assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured? Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic? This case just keeps getting better and better. If you can't, then I'm afraid we can proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think. Really. In that case, I believe I'm prepared to discuss the information you seek. You made crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready. Excellent. Yeah, this will stand. What is it? Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness. What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Von Corrida? The person's name is... Adrian Andrews. What? What? Witness! That's not who you told me it was earlier. Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and that it is Adrian Andrews. What? This This can't be. On the phone earlier. What's going on here? My guess is that Mr. the Killer just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back. Stabbed Edgeworth in the back. I'm sure in order to get an audience with Discord. Mr. the Killer told him a different name, Matangard, perhaps. I knew it. This is outrageous, but he seemed. As soon as he's telling a very serious lie. But you were the one who summoned this witness. You, Shadow Killer. My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Matangard, am I correct? All I wish to do is to help procure his acquittal. Wow. All of a sudden it feels like we can actually win this. Yeah. The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided that the suicide note which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake. But most definitive of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. the Killer's client who requested the murder was not the defendant at all. No. With all this evidence, it is obvious to me this means that Mr. Matangard is innocent. I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please continue your discussion and call me when you have reached a verdict. Wait, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately. But now, with the way this is going, Angard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Yeah, but that's what is right. The killer is lying. And Angard, my client, I know he's guilty. And I believe myself if I win this. Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant? Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Here the killer is certainly lying under oath. It wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please, the testimony just now. It was all one big lie. Miss Andrews, the suicide note may have been a fake. But that man, Matt, he's the reason Silas died. And who once said it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. Testimony just now. You have to believe me, it was a horrible, horrible lie. But Mr. the Killer himself has testified. He has named you as his client. No, that's not true. Also, there's quite a bit of evidence that points to you. A knife and button, donning the nickel samurai costume. But that's... You even have a motive. We know that Miss Celestine Pax was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted to revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead. No. Is it right? You know the truth. Tell them. Tell them the real story. Who the real killer is. Tell them. Please, help me. Yes, I know the truth. Is that right? Yes, Your Honor. I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions. And to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gamishou's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? Phoenix? I can't do it, Maya. I can't accept the not guilty. You're a lawyer. I know. But Matangard is a killer, a murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I am no better than Angard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I would face the fact. It is because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. He would have gotten Angard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take his verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust. Never thought about it until now. I trust him. Yes, you do. That's right, your opinion, please. Defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. the Killer. Am I hearing correctly, Mr. Wright? Right. But witness has cleared the client through his testimony. Your job here is done. I'm not done yet. To see through witnesses' lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur. Very well, the trial will continue. That's what. Please re-establish this connection with Mr. the Killer. By the way, Your Honor. Has a verdict been reached? For that, we would like to talk with you a little more. About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for? Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are, usually. What's that about usually done? Well, what shall we have him testify about now? Mr. the Killer, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail. You legal people and your procedures. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court? Oh man. As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime, pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. Adrian already knew from the very beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. It's a most unexpected turn of events, for the 5th time now. However, this time everything has finally been revealed. Just a second, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. Still have the cross-examination to do. You don't need to question testimony like this. Do you, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, the defense will question the witness. As if I have no choice here. Huh? Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then I'll expose the lies in that also beneficial testimony, I suppose. I don't understand what's going on anymore. That makes 2 of us. Let's press everything first. Why is it Mr. Wright? Pressing the wrong way, it might raise suspicions on his end. But I have to do something to waste some more time. Witness, what requesting a hit? Yes? How much is your fee? I see you are also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney. Huh? If you would like to talk business, we can do so after the trial. No. I'm not thinking of hiring Mr. Frank. Yes? You want to kill me? You want me dead, don't you? What? Why would you think something like that, you are? Guilty, Mr. Phoenix, right? You are hereby declared guilty. Witness, let's continue. Why do you disclose the name of your client? They are your client, are they not? Hold on, I'll make a save just in case here. Tampering with the crimes. Scene of the crime. I would think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill. If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at my job. Yeah, well, a change in occupation might be good for you. However, I will say this. Even though I am the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party. That goes without saying, Mr. the Killer. And their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought they could run away from their guilt. Are you talking about the button and the knife? Yes, and my business card. Oh, this card. But no one has to waste their time, including the police. Always make a point to make things as easy as possible. I try to make things easy. A business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service. It's pretty devoted to his work. But to disregard everything, to go and stab the deceased with a knife, and even hide my card from sight, there's something I cannot overlook. It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here. So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing? That's correct. Usually most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you use my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan for our alibi too. Ah, no, I already told you. I have no intention of using your services, ever. Why does he keep looking at me like I'm the one on trial here? From the very beginning. It's correct. Before my client visited the room. All of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. So why do you think your client did that? What do you mean by why? Well, fiddling around at the scene of the crime is pretty risky. And so why would someone who has requested a murder go to the crime scene anyway? That's true. I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. On guard. If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do it? Sadly, that is not possible. Ah. My job is to kill, that's all. To leave my business card behind, naturally. Business card is to my clients, so my clients may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. Even if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else up to take your fall. And that's all you have to testify? Yes, and I pray that I will never be called to the stand again. Again? As in you plan to continue? I must, as I have yet to find a person to take my place and become the fourth successor. Actually, how would you like your life, Mr. Attorney? Excuse me? Ah, no. I'm fine, really. Are you really now? I wonder what kind of man that just thinks I am now. What are you going to do now, Phoenix? All I can do now is expose the lies. That's true. However, you realize that will be very bad for our client, right? I'm so confused. One thing I know for sure is I can't let this trial end yet. Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. the Killer. What's the meaning of that attitude? When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, her client had no idea that Von Corda had been murdered. But how do you know that? From this wine glass in our glass. Mr. the Killer's supposed client thought Mr. Corda had only fainted, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan? That is not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would never have left their fingerprints behind. I see your point. Is that so? What is your opinion? Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon? Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not a very important point anyway, correct? It's funny when Edward does that even though the killer can't actually see. I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client, as you claim, then your client should have had knowledge of Mr. Corrida's death. Not. Then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never a client at all. Strange. Yes. Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation? Phoenix. If the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know. Miss Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence. Ah, sorry. Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you. Anyway, I believe there was a contradiction in the testimony. Prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken. Very well. Right now I have to buy as more time. I'll wait for the items the killer left behind to get here. I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. This request came to me about a week ago. It's a request for my services on the night of the award ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That's what occurred. I've touched my memory and I believe I have made no mistakes. Ah, fuck. So presumably made your client. Right, that's correct. Demon's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Do. 1 week ago, are you sure? Yes, I am quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparations. But I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you will keep that in mind. Please, stop. In any case, my client this time had a very specific date and time in mind. A specific date and time. Did you ask why on that specific night? No, I tried to fulfill all the conditions of my client's request. That's why I only had my suspicions. Suspicions, huh? So what are these suspicions you had? Why did your client request that night? I'm sure it was all for the bear. Bear? My client spoke of it. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in Juan Corrida's room. I would like you to retrieve that item for me. We must be talking about this proposal. Inside that figurine was a suicide note, and surely the victim brought it with him to his hovel room. He's planning to publicly disclose its contents at the press conference after all. That's correct. If I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where the bear figurine was. Let's see. Well, Mr. Wright, was that just now of any importance? I don't know, honestly. I don't know. The killer said sounds plausible, but then it's just his conjecture. No, you're wrong. I don't think it's very important. Well then, witness, please continue. Wait, hold on. And yes, I actually, like... Wait. Oh. Okay. So you physically met Adrian Anders, right? Of course I did. What was that? What was with the brief pause? Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. I must meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail. Why is that? That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye. Well, Mr. Wright, this isn't just now of any importance. Why means his client is not important. That wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my questions. What do you mean by that? My question was, did you really meet Adrian Anders in person? I've already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. You It's only through talking with him. It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him. That's when I thought I can trust this person as a client. It's true what they say about talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright, this testimony just now of any importance. If I heard what I think I heard just now, then I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of the utmost importance. Ah, really? That's the case. Witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony. Very well. As we now know, that was not how it turned out, correct? What do you mean? Adrian Andrews turned out to be a client who couldn't stick to the rules, right? Well, yes. I suppose you're correct. I'd like to check one last time. Are you sure your testimony is accurate? I would like to go over this one more time. I met Adrian Andrews at the bar and took the request at that time. Yes, that is correct. And that's when you thought he was trustworthy. How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale. What? Shay the killer. You have never met the real Adrian Andrews. Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip up. About her. So what's the issue? What did you just say just now? About her. If you had ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you that she is a woman. Oh. Wow. Order in the court. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? This witness testified to the following. That he always meets face to face with his clients when taking their request. He has never met Adrian Andrews in person. Yes, Your Honor. That's exactly the point. That means Mr. the Killer's client could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews. These sprites, oh my god. Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic in this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake? I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor. Her name? Yes, Adrian Andrews is, without a doubt, a very androgynous name. Yes, I see. Unluckily for Mr. the Killer, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender. And so he simply picked the wrong gender to go with. What? What's going on? Shelly the Killer. This court demands an explanation. I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another. Does that mean you remember something different now? Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more. I know this is going to spit out more lies. Very well, but this time please give us the truth and nothing but the truth. Fuck. Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of Point Corrida and 2 or 3 other small things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man. So I took this job through a letter. Didn't mention anything about the letter in his earlier testimony. Which means he's definitely lying. Careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know. I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like, we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me, no matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it. Now then, let's begin the cross-examination. Didn't you just say that you always meet your clients? Yes, I suppose I did say that. However, there are some clients for whom a meeting is simply not possible. But didn't you meet your client this time? No, I did not. Oh, come on now, let's stop with this game of cat and mouse. Using your silkiest voice is not going to work on me. Alright then, just cough it up and confess. Mr. Wright, you can't tear a witness with such harsh words. You're a lawyer, so behave like one and present evidence instead of mindless yelling. Now then, do you have any proof that Mr. the Killer met with his client? I'm sorry, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I don't have any proof. I see. And your line of questioning was just another waste of time. That for us, Your Honor. There's the nature of right and wrong. Yeah. Nice. And why could you not meet certain clients? Recently I have been receiving more requests. If I met each and every client, I would lose some nice business opportunities. On top of which, the times have changed. It's now the age of information and computers, correct? Well, I have joined the times and now take requests via electronic mail. Electronic mail? Do you have to mail that in a special insulated envelope? Ah, I'm very sorry. Despite the shortening of words, what I meant by electronic mail is what is commonly referred to as email. Email. In a contest of mimicry, the judge would be the parrot, hands down. Anyway, so it looks so without having met your client and... Two or three other things. Yes. And what were these other things? A few other things that have nothing to do with this case. What should I do? Should I let him slide with that? It'd be really bad if I pushed his button the wrong way and he got mad. Whatever. Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney. Yes? Everything I have said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client. Which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination. Could it be that you are planning to betray your own client? That's... I smell the stench of a backstabber. And should you turn out to be one... Wait. Uh-oh. This is looking really bad. I should press my... shouldn't press my luck. Alright, I have to think. Is this third person? Let go, I guess. The killer sounds like one sharp man. I should try to find a better way to do this without making him suspicious. Let's continue with the testimony. Witness, if you please. They're saying that you never saw your client's face, not even once. I did, once. Soon I went to give my client the figurine. Yes, I see. But Miss Andrews was wearing a mask at the time. Mask? Nickel samurai mask, I'm guessing. That's right. What do you have to say about this? Do you have any problems with this piece of testimony? Fuck. Is there a contradiction? I don't know, fuck. I think I can pull something out of what he said. But it would be real bad if I did something and made him mad over something trivial. No problems with your testimony, no? Pretty much reached the far up here. Seems like we're still okay to me. That's exactly what is so bad. The rate we're going, we will end up completely destroying the killer's line. If we do that, you already know how serious of a situation this will put us in. Oh yeah. All I can do now is pray that those items reach us in time. Okay, let's try. Pressing further twice. Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were. It's really that important. I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. Bear figurine. After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was that figurine? It was inside Mr. Corrida's suitcase. And then, what did you do next? I handed it over to my client right away. Gave it to your client? Interesting. This information sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you just stated in your testimony. As you wish. I found this figurine at Mr. Angard's mansion. If you gave it to Miss Andrews, then what was it doing there? I was waiting for her there. That was also part of the plan to frame Mr. Angard, I'm sure. Makes a lot of sense. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any problems with this piece of testimony? So the gunner says he gave the figurine to Miss Andrews, but I know somewhere in that statement there's a contradiction. And yet, I know that if I present something trivial here, he will cut the connection on his end. If you want to make a strong point, Phoenix, present strong evidence. That's right. So now what, Dr. Wright? Yes, let's go over this one more time. You gave Miss Andrews the bear figurine, and she told you to take the bear and wait for her at the Angard mansion. Is it correct? Yes. Where are you going with this? Well, I think maybe you might have remembered a few things incorrectly. What? Hold on. Thank you for the follow. Wasn't Pablo 50? Appreciate it. Heyo, what's up? What? Oh, please, I can't let up on him. I don't think it is possible for Miss Andrews to have been the recipient of this bear. Okay. Particular. She had really given the bear to Miss Andrews. This item should not have been inside it. This item? I see where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going. Where's everyone going? Do I need a pack? I need to pack a suitcase. Oh, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony. I'm just going to burn it. For her sake. If even for a single minute, this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it. True enough. Order, order, order. So that's where you two were going. So by the very fact that this suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle. Which means, Leonor, it's impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client. Order, order, order. Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'm sure I mentioned this before. How I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement. No, that's enough. If that is your intention, there is only one thing for me to do. Wait, please. Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to. No, oh, please. Not that. Please wait. Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end and I may stay my hand. Otherwise... Ah! What in the... Mr. Wright? Are you... Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. I didn't understand this witness's outbursts now. Do you think there's a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough? Well, we should... Edgeworth, we can't do this. We keep this up. Maya, chill. Prosecution, Let's come over, everyone. Even you are. Prosecution rests. What's going on around here? Prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor. What? Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. Prosecution rests with no further questions. Then, the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that's the case, then, even though I'm reluctant, I must believe that Mr. the Killer's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Charlie the Killer's client is Adrian Andrews. It's right. Yes, Your Honor. If I end the trial here, right now, your client, Madame Guard, would be declared innocent, and in his place Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder. Miss Andrews would be charged with murder. The prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant, Madame Guard, to the stand. Items from the killer's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out. I can't believe it. Outcome now lies in your hands. Dude, did the old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent and good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But, at least on the charge of murder, it would appear you are innocent. Ah. So, I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out. Mr. On Guard. An atrocious lawyer I have, diving his own client up like this. Giving him not diving. And that's refreshing like a spring breeze crab. It's just an atrocious. It's just as atrocious, don't you agree? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer. Should I slide with justice, or should I save Maya's life? Take it down, guard, to kill the sentence, okay? But if I did that, I will die. If I say he's innocent, the Miss Andrews will be charged as the murderer. Do I say he's guilty or not guilty? Either choice I make, someone's life is going to end. It all hinges on what I choose. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. The person who fired the assassin was Adrian Andrews. And your client, Mr. Matt On Guard, is innocent. There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer is going to say what I want, aren't you? Right. I can't do this. I have to decide something. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, Alan Guard, is... well, he is guilty. So... we are waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Alan Guard, your client deserves an answer. Maya, I'm sorry. Alan Guard is... nice. Francisca Karma. Never thought I'd be happy to see her face. What are you doing here? Ah, you see, don't you, Mr. Finks, right? It's exactly why you should never take your eyes off that scruffy fool. Did you bring them? Final pieces. Do you have them? You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles, it's Von Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence is here in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy. He's fine and his injuries are minor. All of the items are inside this. And filthy old coat this is. The scalp shoes. I can spot his tattered rags anywhere. I apologize for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap them items in. I fought long and hard this whole trial. All for what is inside that raggedy coat. I'm sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence. Your final evidence? This trial is already over. All that remains is for me to hand down my verdict. I don't believe that any evidence presented now changes the outcome of this trial. What? It is our duty to examine every piece of evidence down to the last. I request that Miss Von Karma be allowed to present this piece of evidence. I suppose you're right, Mr. Edsworth. I grant permission to do so. However, this one obvious will apprise here. If the items do not bring up any new points, then they will not be accepted by this court. Now, Miss Von Karma, if you please. These pieces of evidence are items left by the killer during his escape from the police. He must have been in quite a rush. Yes, Your Honor. The killer left 3 pieces of evidence. Somewhere among the evidence we are about to see, there will be something that will turn this whole situation around like a miracle. I'm sure of it. This is all we can hope for. The first item is a pistol. Does the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case? Does that pistol have any relation to this case? I have yet to perform a ballistics test, so I can't say anything for certain. However, I believe it has something to do with this case, at least with me. That's a pistol that he used to shoot you, isn't it? That's what I believe, yes. Oh. I kept the bullets they removed from my shoulder as a sort of memento. I'm sure it will be an excellent sample for the test. So that's a pistol that was used to shoot Francisca. It's probably not going to help us very much. The second piece of evidence is this videotape. Particular took it from a guard's mansion. I've checked the contents of the tape. Unfortunately, there was no time to. Oh yeah. I would speculate that the tape is very important. Why would you say that? Because he came back to his hideout for it. The killer went back for it. That's right, it looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site. But somehow, it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Say the killer is no ordinary man. The last piece of evidence is his bellboy's uniform. That's the uniform from the Gatewell Hotel. Was it used during the crime? I'm almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets. There's no doubt about it. The killer was wearing this on the night of the murder. There's one thing I found interesting about this uniform. And what is that? There's a button missing on this uniform. A button? It's a very unique button. I'm sorry if we were to recover it. It would provide us with an interesting clue. That's all I have to present, Your Honor. And yes, yeah, okay. So there's the... I do know how to get the bad and the good ending now, already, because I like skimmed through the things. So I get the bad ending first, just to get the bad ending first, and then the good ending last. So that's all I had to present, Your Honor. It's as I thought. And why is that, Your Honor? I'm sure we were under normal circumstances, these items from Shelly the Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing, it's who is the client. Yes, that is correct. But these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Karma. You may step down now. Wait, Your Honor. Please allow me to examine this new evidence. Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict. Wonderful, absolutely splendid. This justice is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Is this the end? Phoenix. I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? And you're wrong. I think they do exist. You have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far, you can't give up now. But no matter how you think about it, it's... Try, for my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of this situation for us. 2. First, make Vanguard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict. The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If Vanguard himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go. That may be true, but it's asking me to do the impossible. Second way. Force the killer to end his contract with Vanguard. If the killer were to no longer think of Vanguard as his client, then he would let Maya go. Yeah, it's even more impossible. He's a man who values his duty towards his clients above all else. I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first, but if you could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle. The bigger problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. Pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them. Phoenix? Think things through from the other side. Isn't that what has always worked for us? The other side. Wait, does she mean... You mean to turn things around? Turn about! Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? The person who needs the evidence. Defense, prosecution, and the judge. We have seen all the pieces of evidence. And that is how we have come to know the truth. There's one person who has yet to see them all. And that person does not know the truth. The truth, it may be what will bring about the miracle in the end. There are no objections this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce my verdict. Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids? I have already told you, Mr. Wright. This court does not need any more evidence. I'm not saying it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor. Then, you want us to show the evidence to that person? Yes, Your Honor. Just made the save closer to the actual thing. Please, Your Honor. It's right. For you to ask with such passion, I will grant you 1 chance. 1 chance. Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person. That's impossible. To turn this situation around in 1 try. 1 try. That is all I will permit. I have to try to remember. Everything that has happened up to this point. Think, Phoenix, think. There must be a way to save Maya while taking on guard down at the same time. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show evidence to? So the actual one to show it to is Shelly the Killer, but I'll try and choose someone that's not him but someone, like I can choose anyone else I think, but I have to choose someone that's like... Would I choose John Doe? Because it's technically the same person, but... Yeah, it's technically the same person, but like... Yeah. I see. And now, let's go with one piece of evidence you would like to show this person. And I definitely won't choose the correct one, but I'll choose this one, because why not? Well, what do you think, Mr. Ellsworth? I don't have anything to say to this. How about you, Miss Von Karma? Well, I was just shot, so... I'm afraid I cannot allow the defense to continue. What? No one understands what you're talking about anymore. Wait, please, one more chance. That is enough, Mr. Wright. I will now state my verdict. This court finds the defendant not on guard. That is all. This court is adjourned. And just like that, the case came to an end. I ran away from the courtroom and wandered the streets alone. I never saw Maya again. The killer is a man of his word, so I'm sure he released her as promised. I heard the verdict of Miss Andrews' trial a few days later. She was found guilty, of course. The miracle never happened. Maybe it was never meant to. Because a miracle is something that doesn't exist. Justice ill served, achievement unlocked. Okay, now let's actually get the good ending. I see. Now, tell this court what one piece of evidence you would like to show this person. Well, do you think, Mr. Ellsworth? I think there is some merit in showing this evidence to the witness. Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier. Alright, looks like I managed to convince him. Maya, she's okay, right? Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence. Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back. That was most regrettable. However, it is an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape. I thought so. I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard. Do you know the contents of this tape? I was sternly told by my client to not watch it, so I have absolutely no idea. Actually, you are on this tape. Me? There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded. What? Is that true, Mr. Wright? Who was it that planted the camera? Well, the only person who could have placed a camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally. That was Adrian Andrews. Be quiet and listen, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Your client specified a place and time for you, isn't that right? Yes. That was so they could film you. I had no idea. Mr. Wright, why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why. Why did Matt Angar film the crime scene? The reason why he did that is my ticket out of this whole mess. There's only one reason why our client would secretly film the crime scene. Tay. Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said. But I'm not weakling, I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay, and even blackmail him if I want. I don't know why I read that, because that was old dialogue anyway. Client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelby the Killer? It looks like I've been deceived from the very beginning. Yes, by a natural. That's the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client. I have one question for the witness. Yes. You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all. Yes, that's right. But what if a traitor was your own client? What would you do then? That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then, that client would become my next target. For the honor of the killer name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment. I see. That's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes the killer's next target. I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around. Mr. Wright. Also, did that pointer thing change from green to red as well? Mr. Wright. Yes? My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item. What the? I'm not an item! Maya, I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness. This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I am sort of... I don't quite know what just happened here with the client and the witness. This one, Karma. Where did that... She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict. On guard. It looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You will finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy. But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watch this video. Help me. Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please. Is this alright with you, Mr. Wright? We have finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there is no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you. Right, Chief. But on guard. Even though I am a lawyer, I cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here. Me, my wonderful self, guilty! Even if she got an acquittal, the instant you set foot outside the detention center, her life would be in danger. No matter which way you look at it. You can't run away from your crime anymore. No, guilty! Jesus Christ. Oh my god. As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth. We. I don't remember you helping out much in this. Miss Ainsworth, how is Matt on guard? I have left Miss Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full course meal of whip letter right about now. Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness? Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair. She must be talking about the time it really went after her. I guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did. This witness, how should I... But after that, when I was alone at the detention center, it was the first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I had finally been saved. But this is the first time I've ever seen her smile. I'm really happy that you two were in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone. It looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about. Everyone seems to be in good spirits. That is good enough for me. That is all. This court is adjourned. March 23. Yes. You were great out there, Phoenix. The idea out there was right, wasn't it? It's the first time you've not gotten your client off. You got them a guilty verdict this time. But you have to look past all of that to what's really important. You now realize that there's something more than just getting a not guilty, right? Yes, I understand now. Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moments before Miss Von Karma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. Count on the evidence to help me, or I have to listen to one. I'll get you. Is he guilty, or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then. And your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you. Right. Ainsworth, I have good news. Maya is now safe in police custody. Really? You're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Ainsworth? Yes, she's quite safe. She's on her way here as we speak in a patrol car. Ah, Missing Maya's safe. You really did it, Mr. Nick. She punches deceptively hard for a kid. I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her. Mr. Nick will save her. Thanks. Oh. What's wrong? It's from Karma. About earlier. Thanks. Why are you still smiling? Mr. Phoenix, right? You lost. Your perfect win record has now been crushed. And yet, you are still happy. I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma. How dare you? Don't worry. She may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago. It's worth. For my own personal victories and for guilty verdicts. Gives every dirty trick in the book, and so my win record remains spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. And then it was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened. So I left the prosecutor's office. And I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. As well he should have. Prosecutor who has ashamed himself with the defeat should crawl into a hole and die. But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. It was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change. What foolish nonsense. Prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant. Every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well. What? You trusted your enemy? It doesn't matter how many underhand tricks a person uses, the truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is to fight with the knowledge we hold and everything we have. Erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. We claw and scratch for every inch. But we will always eventually reach that one single truth. This I promise you. Truth. Yes, that's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, Wright? That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding, isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory, who ran away into the night. Is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick? He really let me down. When he disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me all those years ago. And you betrayed your own words. That's why, 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least, that's what I told myself. You pathetic fool. Mr. Karma? I don't want to hear the breath whimpering of a disgraced loser. I want Karma as someone who is destined to be a perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You're no longer worthy of being a one Karma. And neither am I. It's over. It's all over. Francisca threw something on the ground just now. This is an electromagnetic receiver. Isn't that the thing she used? Track Detective Gumshoe. I'll return to this to the precinct later. There's something else. Isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip? I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. You just keep this, right? Okay. Nick! Maya! Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! Oh, that's cute. Oh, Nick, I knew you would come through. Get on guard convicted, like I knew you would. And on top of that, you rescued me. Well, of course I did. You know I would never desert you. But we sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing there. Here. Whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost or barely. Is it really that easy to do something like that? Thanks a lot, Nick. Don't mention it. Yeah. Oh, besides first. I'm relieved you're alright. Hey, it looks like you made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago. Alright. I think it's time we got out of this depressing place. Huh? Where are we going? Food, Nick. Food. Crap. Chow. I'm starved. I'm so hungry even you look like a nice cheeseburger on a bun to me. You think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib at least. Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please. if you insist. Alright, so how about we hit up our usual burger joint? Don't be silly, Nick. Huh? This case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. So I've decided that we have to make it up by having another feast. Another feast? Come on, Nick. Food! Hey pal, sorry to keep you guys waiting. Gumshoe, are you alright? Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit the telephone pole of all things. The telephone pole? Then it wasn't the red light that got him. I did it again, city boy. I felt like my dear old hull was gonna give out on me, and I ain't joking. Yeah, it was more exciting than the very last episode of the Steel Samurai. Thanks. Looky here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Wright too hard? If you don't start being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it. Tonight even. I'll keep that in mind. Well, come on now. Everyone get around. Y'all are gonna get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer. Looks like Wilda bought herself a new camera. Well, pal, at least we can put this messy case behind us now. Come on. Tonight's all about eating, so let's chow down, pal. Aim into that, pal. Amen. You know, when you think about it, you were the one who saved the day, detective. Ah, me. You really think so? He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending. Ah, well, you know, it's ha 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 ha. Huh? Wait. That's odd. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, so... What? 4? Yeah, I'm sure I put up one of the items in my coat pocket. There's a 4th item. Oh, come on y'all, it's over. But oh boy, I tell ya, you really are something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped, never a dull moment with you, huh? You think? Why does she look so happy about that? But being sent away for 2 whole days. Too scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless. So to keep my mind off of things, I drew a picture. Sounds like I had it rough, gal. So where's this picture of yours? Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mr. Maya's picture. You know, I don't know where it went. Oh, that's too bad. Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyway. Sure, it's nice to finally see them both smiling again. Why is it that's worth? This thing is picking something up. Ah, that's Miss Von Karma's receiver. Next to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. Can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me. That's odd. Even though you're standing right here. The tracking device seems to be in a different location. Oh, it's probably busted or something, so... Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do. Huh? But Miss Edgeworth, you haven't even eaten anything yet. And you've eaten way too much, you glutton. I had fun tonight. Now, if you'll excuse me. Wait. What? I just want to say, thanks Edgeworth. You really saved me out there. If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right? I feel like words alone aren't enough here. I wonder if there's anything I can give him to express how I feel. What's this? Thank you. It's all thanks to you too. You and her. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job. Looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Mr. Maya? Yes, probably. Makes it so you can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? And Mr. Nick, I mean. Pearly? Would you cut it out already? You are embarrassing me. Anyway. So who's paying for this lovely dinner party? As if you need to ask. Everyone say, thank you, Nick. Huh? Oh yeah, I'm kinda at the point I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. Oh no. Hello, Kusigura. What's up? So you're gonna only put your name on the bill. Yeah, I got my estimations selected myself. There's a camera shop in this whole city. And I just bought myself this cool building here. It better be anyhow for 3K. Huh? Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since it's on your tab and all. Huh? Isn't this great, Mr. Nick? Yeah, Nick. Why do I suddenly feel like screaming? Oh, you don't need to hold back now, you hear? Yeah, pal. Time to let it all out. It's going to be the first time I hear the real you. Yo, it's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy being a host and all. Alright then. If you say so. Perfect. Went like 50 minutes past my. I tried that later, but I need to find it. I really feel like I've been living on that side thing. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro. I'm so happy that you could save Mystic Maya, Mr. Nick. And I'm so happy for the 2 of you. Speaking of which, I think this hall is a popular place for honeymooners. So I sort of made a surprise for the 2 of you, just in case. Oh. Well, pal, it looks like I'm back on the force again. That's what had a long talk with the chief, and he got me reinstated for my sake. I already said things like, letting that one go is bad for all of society. I knew it. Cursing headlong into everything is the only way to live, pal. Hi, Mikey Bird. I'm retiring this uniform. I'm going to be a waitress from now on. And bring smiles and joy to the people who came by the restaurant too. Hope you'll stop by sometime, Mr. Wright. Yes. Are you here to visit a patient? I'm Director Hoodie. Ho ho. Recently? Yes. That girl, you know. I haven't seen her around. Yes. I remember, if I even let so much an eye on her, it would go crack. Didn't matter if I got whipped though. Yes. Ho ho. It's time to begin our quest of and to let the world know we're serious. I plan to make a fabulous flight to Zimbabwe. Hey Max, what do you think Zimbabwe is like? Do you think there are castles made of cake and bunnies who can talk? I think if there are any talking bunnies, even they won't laugh at most jokes. Oh no. I'm ready. There's no way these jokes are gonna fall on deaf ears. I'm going to be more contemporary with my humor, more calls, represent. Their new act all worked out. Prepare for the hallelujah chorus. Say something, will you? You're supposed to start this off. Get on with it. Aww. What's this? Drat! It's an ordinary electric razor it doesn't understand. I can't believe this. Really. How long do they plan on making me do this? Oh, but it's a supposed idea. So that means it must be have a deep meaning. But why do I get that feeling they wouldn't forget about me, would they? It was never like this in the old days. Everyone thought the world of me. They used to call me Queen Wendy and treat me like okay. There's no way I'll be able to read that. I read it with my eyes more or less, but not out loud. Can't speak that fast. I appreciate everything you and Miss Westwood did for me from the bottom of my heart. Oh, that's right. I received a letter from Miss Von Karma. She said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything at all. I'm pretty thankful to have met everyone. That's... Unless Francisca has a redemption. It's a bad idea. It has become difficult for me in this country as of late. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you would like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. May you both be blessed with longevity. (9:42 PM) International departures, gate 12. Where are you going, Francisca? How did you know I was here? This. That's... I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example. That's just like you. And I planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy, drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it's going in the trash, I promise you that. Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, told me something very interesting. With the things from the carousel. Yeah. 4 things. It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket. Put it in here. Doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over. What are you going to do now? That's none of your business. Are you running away? Shut up. You don't understand the thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter. Francisca. So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what. And failure, such a thing isn't an option for me. My father was a genius. There's no doubt about that. But me, I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be one. I had to. You may not be a genius like your father, but you're a prosecutor. You have been and always will be. No, I'm not. Not anymore. Not you two. I won't throw my whip away. Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to. I wonder how, if this scene would not even be a thing if I didn't actually give the whip to him. Gave me this to hold on to. Right. You knew something like this would happen, didn't you? I'm going to say this again. Prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip. You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked on ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you. And 10. Finally, my chance to take my revenge on you had arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, then this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge. I see. You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today. I believe you can. Just like how Adrian Andrews did. Adrian Andrews? We're going to use her during the trial, right? But you're dependent on your father by using his tactics, isn't that right? Today, you chased after me after I had left you behind all these years. And And that's why we are standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you're going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways, Francisco Moncarmo. Well, that wasn't unexpected. See, besides, I am Francisco Moncarmo. Don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Well, begins now. So you had better prepare yourself, that's well. Okay. Well then. Phoenix Wright. One day, someday, sure we'll meet again in battle. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you, I'll take good care of this fourth piece, so I can give it to you when at last we meet again. That's cute. Ah, fucking finally. Oh my god. I guess I ended up going an hour longer than I usually would just to finish it. Oh well. Okay.